You stare at the now familiar in cold, detached as ethnic tension. It would physically fuck it. Do it. It can't be worse than what you've already felt. They go through a brief and somewhat awkward love affair. And he toils through she spends the memory of their short as life leads. Good stuff. I fucking loved this. In cold, detached prose, as ethnic tensions run, it would physically hurt. Fuck it. Do it. It can't. They go through a brief and somewhat awkward love affair. He toils through. She spends the memory of their short time spent together as life leads. Good stuff. I fucking... A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better.
The tear machine stands.
Right to work! Free flow of commerce! Fucking bomb.
You hear a tiny rattle. I'm going to interpret that as a yes. There's a...
How about you fuck off?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now. Somewhere above, in the buildings. The other merc. Don't put...
Fucking bomb.
You hear a tiny rattle. I'm going to...
How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at... The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow. Slowly, he's...
So,
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
it's but a rest area on the path leading across open. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye. Like men of the mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing? That's so. I haven't heard anything about that. But if that's true, well, he was an enemy combatant. He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts. I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me.
Understood. This has been of limited use.
No problem. I wish the...
Looking for something, Hunt?
Save the economy? That sounds off.
coming back. That's good, officer. Keep bro.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the show.
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100%. The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guarantee.
These are all those UV.
These are all first-rate sunglasses.
No luck.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
You see, Rose tried to find something pretty and cool here. Big men on big
Franco-Nigerian night.
a long, long time. Yes, this set of soldiers.
You're probably talking of... I think their poverty has been exaggerated. I don't...
He seems to have his... What a shirt. All other shirts pale in comparison to the muscular man with antlers and immense Zweihanders.
I mean, even...
Okay.
You sound scared. Besides, I've...
Very, very unique energies indeed.
Welcome to Hyundai, officer. Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Sure. I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
The front of this court because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. To your disappointment, there are no advertisements, you notice. After rifling the pages, the magazine is divided into 7 comrade, as you know, but like the structure, only 4 issues in, and perhaps they've overestimated. So please, if you value our radical...
What do you expect? It was laying around the office of the Debarders Union.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you. Unsurprisingly, you skim the headlines. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside Apartments of illegally attempting to the Eternal. Thus, there is. Is that true? You flip back to the front of the magazine. The bullet is still safely sealed away. The squashed bullet has some sharp edges with
A jacketed bullet. Okay. It would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzleloader, like those typically found on... Even the RCM uses ordinary unjacketed conical bullets. This is strange. Very strange. I like this, officer. Strange means unique. Unique means incriminating. We need to find a gun that shot...
Something tells you that won't be anytime soon. This'll have to be one of those epic tasks that's open for a while. You can't remember what happened last week. What makes you think you're... The jacket of the bullet is... You can just about...
What can you say about the bullet so far? A jacketed bullet. Even the RC...
Something tells you that won't be anytime soon. This'll have to be one of those epic tasks that's open for a while. The bullet is still safely sealed away in a rifle, revolutionary period. Your bullet looks to be an old 4.46 millimeter from the surplus left over from the turn of the century. Probably an antique. or the 4.46 caliber was widely used with the Belmargrave rifle, a Revacholian manufacturer. The BM dominated the battlefields of the Insulindian theater of the... Incidentally, you have just such a rifle with you. The dusty old thing you found hidden in the basement below the commercial area. It's unusable, sadly. If it were, the bullet would probably fit. No, but Zeliger, a major firearm manufacturer, ended up with a surplus after the war. So there are still a lot of these old military rifles floating around, usually broken. The quality was appalling. Antiques enthusiasts, guerrilla fighters in distant countries, a few lucky jamrock bangers. You're looking for the same thing you found in that hidden weapons cache.
What are you thinking? Bullet? Okay. And? An antique. That makes sense. There can't be many breech-loading rifles floating around in Martinez, or anywhere in Ravachol, really. I have to hand it to the monarchs. It's quite admirable that they took the advice of criminologists last century and banned the use of breech loaders in peacetime. Some new RCM recruits get impatient with their muzzle loaders once they've trained with military-grade weapons, but they realize it's worth it in the end. Imagine if everyone, cops, citizens, had access to firearms that could shoot multiple rounds without pausing to reload. After the first shot, the second, third, and so on come much easier. But back to the investigation. Doesn't seem that likely, but we'll check out all possible leads. Next step, finding the gun itself.
Oh, Host Almighty. He's a total bummer now.
That ride is fuck. Hey, piss. That ride is. Hey, piss.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors. All the old... You see rows of toy soldiers guarding. A typical Martinez streetlight sits.
It was brought to
We are not here to invest. You have to admit it's rather...
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. The light has undergone 3 transformations, and every
The light has been removed and rewired.
The most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures.
Everything's still cool here, officer. Me? It's a very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super nice. That's so cool, officer.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way.
Oh, okay.
After all this mess,
An investment?
or you could not make this about corruption and go with something even wilder.
Fair point. You can't have a successful business without a loyal customer base. But officer, I don't have that kind of... What? Only a $5? You can't even buy a pack of Royal. 10 real is a bargain for that kind of investment. The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed.
Abort.
Damn, officer.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Are you sure? But they look so good. You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes. Keep saving that. Haven't you heard, officer? We've got... Look around. Is this really the economy we want to live? That's good, officer. That's exactly what the economy...
Oh, sorry, officer. What the...
Teacup. Oh, because of the ceramic armor. Clever.
Yes? What about honey? I repeat, an absolute. The only people... and she never lost sight of it. And I thought if the most beautiful being in the world...
Yes.
It is what...
Despite their different...
I just don't know anymore.
Every snowflake is like a...
Hello again, esteemed off...
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels. Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels.
Necro Kuno dies. You're gonna pick...
Porta Rosa, a side alley. The man shoots him point blank in his chest. Breathless, the patrol... Bleed pig. Someone opens a...
Yeah. Here, pig. We've found now. Performance buddies. Kuno could already see you soaring through the air like a fucking eagle. Pig's in Kuno's debt now.
Money debt doesn't mean anything. He's just saying words.
Kuno doesn't...
The Coppernado is back. What do you want? Yeah? What?
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Again? I can't believe this shit.
Hey, was there something you needed? Another thing. Great. Why? No, fuck it. I don't want.
He really doesn't like it being classier.
Yeah, neither do I. Thank you for telling me, I guess. Yes?
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions. For lies.
Yes, we demand she be punished for deceiving us. We demand her anxiety. We demand her fear.
There may be grounds here, at least for...
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around. She slowly lights another cigarette.
Yeah? All right.
Yes, miss. All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pulls. The fan stands. The bed is still the window stands broke. The morning light. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Can't you? I haven't really started it yet.
Yeah?
Thanks.
She means you've lessened.
Give me a moment. Give me a... Ask away, policeman. Some lunatic lost his mind.
With how small these rooms are.
No one lives there. Impossible. Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Great. Young people. They're...
She mumbles, some You hear someone walking around inside. A poor communal.
Do you have a warrant?
Let's go.
Later then, it's generally easier to do things if...
Excuse me?
There's no sweet talking. You have plenty of reason to enter.
Oh, come on.
Well, that was easy.
That was smart.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates.
Her voice is really cheerful.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not?
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. Be friendly.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in... I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place. It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think, but that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is... Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the value. And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall. A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then...
The sum must have been puny. Oh, it irks her. The incompetence.
These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million-real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark. And I'll tell you, Martinez has...
The radio computer wizards are invested. It's as if they're real wizards, able to resurrect dead real estate and breathe life into bank.
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find that both apartments are now unrentable. Of course.
Give me a moment. I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them. Yes, well...
Your statements are too vague to This door is made of no one.
Let's go.
As you approach, the man turns and he appears completely at ease, like a
Ah, super. It's the officer. I was not expecting to run into you. What brings you down to the scenic Martinez coast? My friend, if it's la responsabilité you're after, I have good news for you. There's no need to form such a committee.
God, of course it does. These moral intern types.
The Comité de Responsabilité de Revachol. It acts as a sort of clearinghouse for coalition activities. To put it simply, they are the...
Yes, this is just the sort of reasonable authority you're looking.
I would offer to connect you with the committee myself, but alas, I am not actually in Martinez.
What? Where is he then? You knew there was something strange about this one. He's an astral projection. He's speaking figuratively. He means he's not in Martinez in his official capacity.
Précisément. Officially, I am still in La Delta, preparing for an upcoming conference on fuel oil derivatives. That's why it would be extremely irregular, or potentially even inappropriate for me to intercede with the committee concerning a district. Well, under ordinary circumstances, the committee...
In other words, the committee only knows what it wants to know.
But if you have information of a vital interest, they might be willing to entertain an exception. In which case, I would advise you to contact them via Coalition Warship Archer. Officer, you mean to say that you haven't noticed the giant Coalition aerostatic peacefully patrolling the skies over Revachol?
You follow the man's gaze out toward the west. There, hanging some distance above the horizon, you can just make out a strange... It looks to your eye like some kind of long metallic fish suspended beneath a number of ceiling fans.
Isn't it? A triumph of both technical ingenuity and international cooperation. I, for one, feel much safer knowing it's up there watching all of us. You see, in addition to being an airborne artillery platform, Coalition Warship Archer is also the linchpin of the Coalition's surveillance and communications infrastructure in Revachol. And listening! It has the most objective vantage point in the entire city. Not to mention a vast array of radio, photographic, and meteorological monitoring instruments. I find it a great comfort to know there are benevolent powers watching over all, in strict accordance with the Wayfarer Act and the Bristol-Mune Convention. This is quite the problem. Very tricky. Of course, the Archer has orders to fire on any unidentified aerostatics that might approach it, so it might be safer to get in touch from the ground. But in that case, you would require a radio transmitter capable of broadcasting on coalition frequencies. And that kind of technology naturally isn't typically available for non-coalition use. Yes, it is a bit of a conundrum. I suppose there might be some way to circuit bend your way onto those frequencies, but you'd have to be one of those techno-tinkerers to do it. That, my friend, is your responsibility. I cannot take it from you, nor can you delegate it to...
Sounds like something that programmer we met in the church might be.
Let me just say that I have complete confidence in the RCM. I'm sure you'll figure something out. Always my pleasure.
Yes, what is it? You're asking me to circuit bend onto coalition radio frequencies. You want to know, is it possible? Probably. But is it a good idea? The main difficulty will be finding an antenna powerful enough to reach those frequencies. Unfortunately, you can't exactly buy mega long wave antennas of...
She's not joking. Even the RCM has to receive special approval from the coalition to access that kind of equipment.
I highly doubt it. That tower is barely able to transmit shortwave signals across the bay. To generate megalow frequencies, we're going to...
She has an idea, though. You can see the tiny...
I don't see any alternative. We're just going to have to build the antenna ourselves. We need metal, a lot of it. The taller the structure, the better. Something that is both prominent and easily accessible. If it's near a power source, even better. Yes, what is it? Yes, what is it?
That's easy. Antennas.
No, we could not. This church... Yes, what is it?
Close your eyes. Unfold your mental map of Martinez. It's morning. Look, you turn around. The morning sun is blinding.
The dead king and his horse. It could work.
It may work, you think. But why do you feel like there may be a terrible...
We'll need an adequate power supply and a great quantity of cable. If we connect the cables to some of the stranded lorries, we could theoretically increase the antenna's wavelength. It's completely ridiculous, but I believe we could transform the entire roundabout into one solid fractal antenna.
A note of awe in her voice. She's shocked and pleased by her own audacity.
Yes. Very likely. I have plenty of cables and amplifiers on hand. The power supply, I will secure on my own. I cannot answer that for you, but I don't expect it to be that difficult. There's no shortage of radios around here. If you have real to spare, you might even be able to buy one. But it doesn't really matter where it comes from, so long as it works.
And before you ask, no, you can't have the radio from Machinema.
In the meantime, I will gather the rest of the materials. We will meet...
sorry about the smell of cigarette. There's something odd about the passenger seat. It takes a few moments, but eventually the transceiver as you take the transceiver in your hands,
Funny, isn't it? The lady driver used this same radio to evade coalition authorities, and now you're...
Where the radio used to be, it's about the size of a small box of pasta.
You've surprised me more than once during the course of our investigation.
The movie stars are still closed. An old monument stands.
Yes, what is it? Ah, very good. Let's see what you have. Interesting. An Esterhaus EH4, heavily customized. This is an advanced model, highly capable. I'll need to replace the frequency dial, but it should certainly work for our purposes. I believe that means we're ready to get started. I should warn you, once we begin setting up this antenna, we'll need to see the whole process through. So if there's anything you'd like to get in order before we depart, I suggest you do it now. That's up to you.
At the very least, you should make sure.
Radio engineers typically... Finally, there's the question of stimulants. Some people prefer to keep illegal amphetamines on hand to help with their work. I'm not one of them, but they do exist. I don't take them because they make me nauseous. But everyone has their reasons. That's fine. Return to me when you're ready to... Yes, what is it? Very good.
Back across the water.
If you'll please carry that amplifier, officer. And if you'll take that spool of cable, we should be able to move it all in one trip. And now if you'll just connect that here...
It's done. I believe we are ready.
We're ready to try at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be 2 extra sets. I've configured the channels so that only your microphone... You will need to transmit your connection request while I attempt to locate the warship's public frequency. You will... Good.
A soft rustling between your ears, a winterscape. Every light switch, every motor carriage, every doorbell, tea kettle, and radio in Martinez. All...
Officer, are you in order? We're waiting for you to start. We don't have time for
You're all alone out there. What? The lieutenant looks up at you. He is nervous for your sake. Looking at him now, with both. Then he turns to you.
Try again, officer.
Perhaps you're simply imagining it, but it seems as though you're learning to pull apart the fibers of this auditory felt.
Nein, Liebling, das lasse ich nicht zu. Wie kannst du unseren Jungen bloß auf einen dieser Dinger nach Bredefort schicken? Marianne, mir erzählt, dass Oscar nicht mehr, seit er auf einem Luftschiff aus Graz zurückgekommen ist. Halten ihn die
You can't make out a word of this gibberish.
Liebling, bitte. Er ist unser einzig.
It's crosstalk. In all likelihood, they can't hear you. You have to keep trying until we... Again?
It's gone now. A slight frisson at the point where your neck meets your spine.
I didn't say anything, did
Someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
An uncomfortable silence falls over.
It's been a long winter. Long and cold.
I promise you I didn't, even though it certainly sounds like
I can't say with certainty, but it sounds very much like entroponetic crosstalk. It happens sometimes when sending transmission.
Ah, yes, of course. It must be...
Pale, 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 pale.
Natürlich halten ihn die Psychologen für vollkommen.
What else is there to do? Keep trying.
But someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Dubois, please acknowledge. Liebling, bitte. Er ist unser einziges... Where's he?
The signals are getting increasingly mixed. Plucking Archer's signal from this will be...
It's not working. The crosstalk is simply too strong. I did not expect simply locating the signal to be so difficult. We must consider several variables. Fortunately, we have a more than adequate transceiver, so I do not believe it is causing any problems. And we're also unlikely to change our local entroponetic conditions. So, then you need to climb up there and look at them for yourself.
But you don't have the technical expert.
Someone has been maintaining it.
Come on, son. This isn't anything but a common high bar. Images of your body smashed against the pavement flood your mind. This is...
That's true, but I can't leave my station.
Your gloves give you a solid grip on the metal bar. Keep it together, champ. You've got this. And before you know it, you're safely perched. But the connection itself is nothing more than a little braid of exposed wire wrapped about the hoof of the horse. The whole monument is covered in a thin but durable layer of oil and grime. The programmer mentioned ammonia, but anything alcoholic should dissolve the oil. It takes a few moments, but the alcohol gradually...
Is this really the time?
It's all right, Lieutenant. He's simply cleaning the connections.
Once the oils have been dissolved, you wipe off the connections with your sleeve and reattach the cable.
It seems to have made some difference, but... Unser einziges Kind. Short of changing the shape of the antenna, I'm not sure what else we can do from here. And the lorries are all jammed together, so that's unlikely to happen. What do you mean? You adjust the antenna manually, with your hands. Ideally, narrow the receiving mode so that we can isolate the warship signal and eliminate the crosstalk. But if you don't know what you're doing, of course you could just make it worse. I'm afraid we're out of alternatives. You're just...
She's right. The responsibility is yours, and yours alone. There's no turning back now. You are face to face with Philip, not intentionally. It's a matter of perspective. This faithful steed is in a clear sky. Across the river, you can see Coalition. A few of the idle... She yells a single word you can't make out, and then shuts the window with a violent thunk. You allow the broken hunk of metal to clatter to the ground.
Nine, what are you doing? The connection is even worse now. This is extremely unprofessional. But it is...
She's right. This...
Damn it. I'm going to push the power supply. I doubt it will last more than a few minutes, so you...
A maelstrom of sound.
Lieutenant
It's too much. Your eardrums are
A long winter.
And then...
Try it now.
This is Worship Archer. We are acknowledging and accepting you. Though we're still getting quite a bit of
This is the best we can do. I suggest you get to your business.
There is so much you wish you could ask, but...
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. What is your request? A very important question, with a very simple answer. We want humanity beyond that. It may be said.
Dolores Day. So beautiful.
Oh, incomparably so. But that isn't what made her so remarkable.
Not true. Her beauty was like a glowing...
She was the greatest innocence, the immeasurable. It includes interstellar travel, 3 scientific revolutions, humanism, internationalism, the welfare state, and balance of terror theory. The role of the Moralist International is twofold: to buy humanity sufficient time to perfect itself, and to patiently guide it along the road while protecting it from ideological highwaymen and eschatologists. The RCM exists under the umbrella of the coalition, just as the coalition exists under the umbrella. At the same time, the RCM is not exactly of the coalition. We are not that familiar with RCM lore and practice, but we believe that may be the case, as we...
There is some truth to that.
But in a practical sense, it's the responsibility of the ethics divisions to ensure that both organizations are working towards the same ends. One now committed to upholding moralist values. History is a river coursing ever downward. Occasionally, its course is redirected in mysterious and unexpected ways. It's an elegant idea, one of the cornerstones of the modern era. In short, it holds that durable, lasting peace is possible when the major powers are capable of inflicting unacceptable and irreversible destruction upon one another. Because no rational state is willing to accept the risk of such a calamity. For the most part, it has. The world is certainly not free of violent conflict. But in the modern era, we have made great strides to reduce its frequency. There are many. The communists say they are the next dialectical step in an inexorable spiral of progress. They claim to have resolved the inherent contradictions of moralism, and believe they're just one revolution away from establishing a humanist paradise. The fascists say they are both the ancestors of and the successors to Deloreanism. In other words, they believe that Dolores Day's reign simply represents a glorious phase of expansion within a greater Franco-Nigerian heritage. They criticize the DeLorean project for accepting and integrating, and then there are our prodigal cousins, the Vazan Social Democrats, who hold our same values and have even adopted many of our same rights and iconography, though they persist in rejecting the umbrella of moralism.
For some reason, it's the Social Democrats she sounds most exasperated with.
Yes. Atomic war, environmental degradation, resource exhaustion, viral pandemic, supervolcanism, runaway anthroponetic collapse.
If the opportunity presents itself, perhaps you should mention the 2mm hole you recently...
This is why it is critical for the international community to work toward peace and cooperation between nations. There's simply too much at stake. It was established by many of the same founding party members who elected Dolores Day, and who, after her assassination, dedicated their lives to the... Let us answer your question with a question. Have you ever seen evening fall over the old town of Atbesterashi? If you had, then you would remember. It is one of the great wonders of the world, impossible to mistake or forget. The heart of the city, the old town, is a district composed of weathered marble, comprising thousands of columns and arcades arranged around a series of grand plazas. During the day, it's a beautiful sight, equal to any of the great cities of Pericarnassus. But as the sun sets, the shadows cast by those columns and arcades weave together to form an intricate ombre lattice.
The name Advesperaskit means evening comes.
By thousands of people over many centuries, in keeping with a precise plan each believed in, but never expected. Not only that, but you are also part of that centuries-long... Yes, it is. Agreed. In Messina, of course. Not only was it the site of Dolores Day's crowning, it was also one of the great cities of the Dolorian era, a glorious expression of humanity's highest potential. Of course, such a city does not spring from nowhere, nor does it endure without effort. Its construction was the work of many generations, and its preservation is an equally monumental responsibility. About 3,000 years. It is in all senses...
I'm not joking, officer. I'll only be able to hold the signal open for a few more moments, but you came here to ask...
Is everything all right? Acknowledged. To reach the committee, all you need to do is fill out the appropriate request form and submit it to the liaison for public. If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee at their next quarterly public hearing. We believe the next hearing is scheduled for July.
This isn't about you. Not really. It may have been at a certain point. Now, take a deep breath. Look up.
What? How do you know this? Lieutenant Dubois, this is a very serious claim. Please describe the situation as succinctly as possible. We will...
There's papers rustling in the background. There, you've wedged your foot in the door. Now, if you can, you have the facts. Just lay them out beneath the cold light of reason.
Please continue. We're listening. We have it. Is there anything else the committee...
Detective, before you answer that, I urge you to weigh your words extremely.
You're not only speaking for yourself. He means to tell you. The lieutenant is afraid you're going to say something too outre.
Acknowledged. Please stand by.
A long winter.
I'm not sure how much longer I can keep the signal clear, officer.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is collision...
No, you know this tone of voice. You've heard it before.
We're sorry, Lieutenant Dubois. The committee has declined your request for an emergency address. Specifically, they said that disputes of purely local concern. They added that they expect the RCM to fulfill its responsibilities to a high degree of satisfaction. That's correct. But we must say that it has been interesting to speak with you. If nothing else, now, the first signaler has informed us that we must update the receiving frequency. 2, 1...
And the line, the lieutenant gives a long sigh as he removes his headphones.
I think it's best for you to climb off the statue now, Detective. Your real work is done here.
The sun-warmed bronze tingles beneath your fingertips and between your thighs. You look around. The strikebreakers are still shouting their slogans. There's really no point. You're beginning to feel like the little...
Good. Now give me a hand with these amplifiers.
What's one more trip across the waterlock?
Well, this was an interesting collaboration. Perhaps you're more reliable than the writers I used to work with. Though, in any event, just leave that equipment here. Now you'll excuse me?
A mustachioed and years worth of someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand.
Some radical or radicals were hiding out here. Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Half a century? I think the purpose of this bunk... You mean like Ruby?
Could this have been outside the window?
It's a great place to hide. And Mazavianism and murder, indeed. In fact, I think we're...
There it is again.
No. What do you mean? I don't feel it, but... No.
It's not a quib.
Looks like our suspect. Once we detain a...
You will upset them. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we?
Let's try not to worry. If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
You're right. However corrupt him...
In this case, we can't afford to be squeaky clean.
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information.
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
Yes. There won't be time for that once things go down. Matter of fact, I don't think there's time for it now.
If you must.
I think I see a cavern.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks...
What bad people?
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents...
This one doesn't say
Lily's our mum.
the stone kicker. The other one, maybe there's some kind of reason why they're... The boy, stop. Oh, okay. So now he's shy. You will never get an answer. That's how it is with the...
Hello, mister. Ruby. Ruby. My mum tells me I'm a big girl, but she doesn't know that.
Kids.
Yes, I am. Little Lily. That's nice. My mum. Yes. They look the same. They look identical. Bye.
Date of birth generator. You were born in the year 07, in the last year of the commune of Revachol. Is that the phasmid? It looks like the phasmid, leaning against the... It's not the phasmid. It's not even organic. It's a fire iron. How disappointing. Right? You'll have better luck next time.
You're back. Good. Of course. Of course.
Don't tell her you've met Everard right away. This. She's not even asking you anything. It's so easy to just say.
Stupendous. I didn't think he'd pull through. Thank God. And indeed, Mr. Everard as well. In this investigation, one may have use for a firearm. Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later, should something come up. Now, what else? Of course, anything to help. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. Of course, anything to help. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. Well, technically speaking, the boat? No, it is called Cordelati.
The word, it. A breeze ripples through the cells and tugs at your hair. Below.
Okay. How about Cordelati now? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cordelati, and its hull is 19 paces long. Why Dolores?
Because it stings in an ancient and beautiful way.
I'm not really big on moralist symbols. I think I'll stick with the factory name. My sloop?
I'm enjoying this part of the interview.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks.
Good. More lessons in base. Glad to have been of assistance.
A few bricks have fallen off.
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. It means there are fire.
He likes this find.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated.
Didn't we already talk about this? What are you talking about? My address is exactly the same. Rue de Saint-Guilain 10.
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture, its ruins swallowed up. Yet it has a different address in the heart of the city.
This doesn't make any sense. Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from? You're right. I should take a trip to the roof once the snow is gone. Does it mean that I'm safe from failure?
Don't let her become complacent. She still needs to ward her soul against the evil forces. She starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away the exhaustion from her face.
Do you know what this is? It's a mourning ring. I made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop right here in the East Delta Commerce Center, built with the little I inherited from my parents. I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan. It wasn't just the jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world that you were supposed to try again and again until you finally And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney? Yeah. Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out the way you want it. That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be, you can try again. Still, there is something inherently violent even about dice rolls. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending or an entirely different world. But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer.
You hold in your hand the color of every page as one word. H is for homeboy. Q is for... That's it. You know the alphabet now. The alphabet.
Good.
It is a very useful...
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now. Oh, it's you again. How did I be? Some of my friends were... I've grown crafty over the years. You like your dice, I'm sure of it.
The edges of the page. You open the book. His arms. Good God, this is some rich. You flip to the copyright. The edges of the page.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can only produce one die per customer.
You hold in your hand every page as A. H is for Q. That's it. You know the alphabet now.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
The edges of the page. You open the book to his arm. Good God. You flip to the copy. Berserker Rage. Man from Hyamda. The steel muscles of man. A passage reads. Thine spell. I have grand plans for you. In the final. To find out what. You open his arms. Good God. This. You flip to the copyright page. Berserker Rage. Man from Hyamda. The edges of the jacket copy. He is ambushed by a tribe of. You open the book to his arm. Good God. You flip to the copyright. The edges of the.
Oh, it's you again. Excellent. That will be 10 real for one set of magnetic dies. This was an especially fun set to make.
Dazzling. It's like you have a pair of tiny disco balls in your hand. The barbell waits patiently on the floor. The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master. Conjuring up an inhuman amount of strength, you raise the barbell up in the air. A warm wave of a clay.
Good technique.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicines.
Okay, here. I hope so.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer.
the voice coming through the whirlwind doesn't wish to hurt you. Not according to your ear canals. No, buddy. That's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your...
The explosion of static you're hearing, blasted from that pale emitter.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through... A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale... Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job, manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
Sounds like she knew someone who used to man one of those stations. But she won't tell you about her. Boy, you're one empathetic police officer to have guessed even that right now.
So, what we are... Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that, at the upper limit, is the large prime...
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to.
I built it myself.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond. Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very... Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not...
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it.
Turn this...
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences. Just keep her talking. And there's only 3 meters between you and the machine. Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching. Though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. Oh, I knew the kitten had claws, but she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me, I know it. This...
A dull despair is...
How the fuck do the rest of you get by? What shit?
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me. You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time. Look, fuck you, man. I might also have stopped by the bar. Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain. Don't know it, but also, the shot couldn't have come from the roof. Or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too.
That really comes as a blow to her.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now?
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might...
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
There's a sinister note in her voice, even with the gun and the compressor.
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this... It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might... Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to... I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. I'm listening. Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything. She eyes you.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Claudia comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she...
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
She looks shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out, but framed.
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck. To fake lividity? Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things... fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
Her grip on the gun is tight. Her arms toned. Her posture solid. Martelle's lost a valuable defender.
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent. Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can-
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble some fucking hell. And why me? You hear through. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Oh yes, they do. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both. Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough. You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking tight.
She's not going to change her mind that easily. She's still, wait, one thing, possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might.
What bunker? Don't know anything about it. No one.
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. So you found my shack, huh?
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
So nice.
As opposed to the other night.
I was, before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor.
That's her admitting the bullet was. It was dark in the shack. The waves outside.
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a
Those rings around her eyes.
Police radio? You've been...
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room. He was still warm, with the bluish light coming through the broken window. Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them, anyway? Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had two guys and a lady. One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other. That sound about right?
No idea who these people. Satellite Officer Vicmere looks out of the window. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off.
Well, this has been a great talk, really. But I think I'm going to hit the road now. Glad to have been of assistance. Best of luck.
The woman runs past you and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
All things considered, it could have gone worse. No, I don't think she did it.
It's too late now, anyway. She's gone.
Now we have to come up with a really good excuse for why we walked right into a trap like that. This isn't going to look good in the report. Her tent. Maybe there's...
The plain red tent. It was pitched bright. The tent looks old, but it reeks of cigarette. Assorted soft.
See anything?
Rager Monthly. You pocket a trusted friend.
We should read this in...
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to. It's made of full. This was important to her. The journal falls open. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly. And it's a mix of logistical...
It's good she left in a hurry.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted.
There could be useful information.
Esoteric radio technology. The short, wry observations of people and places. The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can. What? Nothing on March 4th. She is referring to betraying her. That name isn't small wonder. Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping. Then again, isn't that were you supposed to find her? You didn't follow through. You should have shot her in the head. The thought steadies your nerves. The journal stops shaking. Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave. Or if did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if the entry ends abruptly. The most recent entry is even when I leave here, if I leave here alive. What's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime.
It looks like she might have been...
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone. Could have been Titus. Then again... Either way, we need to keep... One thing is for certain.
You pick up the handset. There's a tone. The machine is operable. Calling. Still calling. This feels wrong. End of tone.
Pierre? Is that you, Pierre? Do you have any news about Pierre? Sure you do. You're either a salesman or a statistician of the... To hell with...
Her voice is dry. You get a sinking feeling. It makes you look if Lieutenant gets...
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gate. Shh.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement.
Peaceful. Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible.
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss something like this?
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed. The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life.
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene. The Mercenary Tribunal. If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
I think he's calmed down a bit. No, he didn't. He's about to open fire. You can't think that way now.
Pig, fuck!
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for every...
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized...
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he shoots you. No, wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first. Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out first. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from that. Please.
Yeah? Who did that? How fucking convenient. You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? How about the kid? Tell me, it's a magic fucking sniper. One more.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop marshal won't decide who...
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her. The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said, we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public...
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
A Q Model 40 revolver, 8 rounds in the barrel. The gun slowly sways in his hand from the inebriation.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Fucking liars.
The shot rings in your ears. A low tinny. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need... What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. This was a close call.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
The gunner. The raddest. The killer. What do you think he does?
There, on the rim of Owen Cloven's helmet, about 50 little stick figures, all of them black, plus 2 little white ones in the end.
That's right. Plenty of kips here in Revachol, too.
T, let's fucking do it.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
He isn't just boasting. He really doesn't care. Back out of this now, or it'll get bad. The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening.
She's gone, you stupid fuck. Sailed off 5 minutes ago. Stay cool. Don't do anything stupid. The company bitch is gone. Laylee's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole?
Guys, I
Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself.
They're afraid, all of them. Trembling reeds in the wind. They'll run, scatter soon. No, the rest will stay. They would hold their ground, even if it means dying here.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs, where is she?
She left! She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
all right, here we go. This... You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
I am a Grinnell Major with over 15 years of live combat experience. Nah, I just have the biggest gun.
Technically, the other man has the biggest gun, but we're beyond that now.
You're right. But you see, I want it to end in bloodshed.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else. Now fire. Fuck them up. Do it.
Yes. So what? Stupid shit. I know what you're doing.
Enough already! What?
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his...
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click. Cortiner. Major...
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. You're all. Our colonel did what he had to do. It was either one cunt or 100 of them. Rudy.
In your ship pipes, right in the fucking...
He likes to fire mortars at random coordinates. Wipe out mud huts like that. When he gets...
He was a good commander.
Oh yeah. He would have commanded this fuckhell way better than I did. Fucking murdered him. Had him stink the village up for 2 weeks after. And you...
Listen, man.
Told us what? What did you say? Who said that? Tattoo? Fuck do you mean?
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy too.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives. Share leaflets. Squeeze a bit of kit-ass here and there. Great fucking idea that turned out. If Lely was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for show. But me, I'm not a big fan of public affairs.
Ready to open fire, mate.
This one isn't used to being suited this.
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths. Find his killer. Cop. I know what this tactic is, Silo.
Big talk, but you got him to admit he's a bad leader. It's a small thing, but it got him off center. A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion. There is a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward, eyes filled with rage and disbelief. His lips, moving, swollen with fear, are trying to say, shoot him, but he can't. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim from the corner of your eye. You see the lieutenant raise. He's trying to find a straight line of sight. You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rude's mask behind it. 0.4 seconds remain. There are 6 little... Is there anything we could use to protect this frail body? That he's drunk. Drunk fighters overcorrect. Move right, he aims further right. Get him to a full suit of armor can't be too agile. You can shift direction far. The shot rings and you stop. Something violently tugs at your shoulder, pushing you backwards with incredible. A volcano of burning pain. The pain flows over your entire body like an awful shock. A grim knowing.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in him. He has to. The rifleman will fire at you, then 2 shots ring and you hear a scream. But you're too hurt to see who got hit. Blood gushes from the helmets. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol. The look of vengeance, framed in blood, lips shaking. This is the last thing he'll do. Here it comes. Death. You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it. The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters.
Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even most of what's down there. It's all gone. Open your eyes now. No. It's nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain.
You're bleeding out. Stay with me. You hear me? Stay awake. Look at me.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy. and the sounds ever more distant. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not. No, you say, and hand out your firearm to him. Your hand trembles, and you're up. That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves like a spring unloaded. He grabs the gun from your bloody hand and fires. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurt and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return.
Hours turn to days. Soon you will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain. It's nothing. You're alive. That's what matters.
Sunrise, Parabellum. Pretty bad, officer. You've suffered 2 wounds. The first is below your shoulder. The bullet passed through your shoulder blade, luckily missing your lung and heart. The second shot hit you in the thigh, the left quadriceps. No major arteries were nicked, but the bullet had to be removed. Bacterial infection was treated with mercurochrome. We will see.
You won't be able to dance much, that's for sure. You should be able to live with limping around, though.
No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights us back to that shithole, he says.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site. I'm sure they're worried about you.
That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out. They're not sorry.
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming, stupid. Easy now.
You can take it. Just don't lean on that leg of yours too heavily. Your balance is way off. You feel like you're about to fall over on.
How are you? Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant. Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day. 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. I honestly don't know. We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now, and Joyce has left too. Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know? I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. I don't know. That's been there for years. Yes, God cursed the footprints, not solving the case for us. Oh dear, we should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What? Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case.
He's wrong.
Okay. Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies.
That does make some sense.
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy. We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
No need to be melodramatic.
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Really? Because to me it seems...
He sounds surprisingly weary. That concussion must be making him dizzy.
Are you ready to limp? What happened? You shot the major in the face. A firefight ensued. Yes.
A blood-stained killer.
As retaliation, the rifleman shot you. He hit. With his carabine. I was looking for a clear line of sight. When I found it...
He sounds a tiny bit sorry. He did not find it before you got hit.
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name. Yes, he's still alive too. You were bleeding out. You said something, I don't know what. And you warned me. I was able to disarm Officer DePaul before she got the jump on me.
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened. Three. Glenn, Theo, Angus. DePaul was the last to die. Evrard had their bodies returned to Connell for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate. Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. All. Let's face it, officer, and this is both of our fault. It could have gone a little better. 6 people. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we...
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies. His smoking, his hunched back.
Good. What do you want?
A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminum box around you vibrates.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps?
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean. You see the reflection of your face in... These papers bear the stamp of the RCM.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night. It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced.
The medicine cabinet is empty. No pity.
Mm-hmm.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes. A man...
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes. It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angle, the island in the bay.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was.
She had a long time to think of.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her? Indeed. So it is.
For a second he seems tired. The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez, looking under every rock and talking to every...
Not a lot, no. Of course. How do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone. Ah, yes, of course. The
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you. You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment. And I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by. In the day.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that. Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business. I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad. Yeah, I was, yeah.
It really took courage. Don't pick at him. He nods back at you. Just two badass men. Make that three. The lieutenant is nodding too, hands crossed.
No problem.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his bear.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you. But I guess I've misjudged a lot. That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that. I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave.
His hand is covered in bruises and half plastered. Still, this hulking lump of man is glad to be alive.
Well, cheers anyway, Copper. Theo was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Angus, he was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten into. Trusted me. Still, the balls on that.
Here it comes. The last one is the worst one.
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I'd love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit. Well, yeah. Memento mori. Right.
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk.
Or you might die of a heart failure.
Hey. Fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
Don't know. Don't.
Even after all that hell, he's still bitter about her?
Nope.
He did. He nods and takes another sip of whiskey.
I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social democracy. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows, and maybe wants to have some
He's right. The numbers are replaceable.
Judging by the sight of you, I'd suggest crawling into bed with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a big tit in.
Yeah, go pay Monica a visit in Janrock. She's got a knack for making men.
Hell, you both.
Thank you for your advice.
You're welcome, Bina Claude. You're all right. Take care, Cop.
Copo Loco. And
Thanks for getting involved, guys.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back.
And Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer. That man was born to lead.
I will, Capo. That's a promise.
Take it easy on the drink. The danger has not...
Good point, Bino Claude. We'll keep...
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood, and this was Cindy the Skull. The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel.
Looks like it, yes. And blood.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable? Okay, so...
Mon Dieu, officer. It is worse than I thought. Believe me, I know all about that kind of pain. Maybe it's time to slow down.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. 10-4, sir. Well, there's been some talk, sir. I only meant that there's been some talk in the station, that's all. But they're all... But then again, some of us truly are on the take. It's unfortunate. Over. Roger that, 10-10, over and out.
My man, you're alive. Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle behind it all. Hey, that's just what I heard. Old wives' tale. So, good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, you're still breathing, right? Okay.
Is it wise to share information? The lieutenant throws you a quick... What are you doing?
Oof, good on her. And good on you, too. And she didn't do it. Believe me, if it's something bad...
He's relieved.
All right. That's enough sharing.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles.
Okay, here.
The tear machine stands in the... stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
There are types of danger. The one I'm usually concerned with is lung cancer or getting mauled by wildlife. It calls back to an older era where this was commonplace though. Hiding, gathering themselves. The harbor's in full lockdown, friend. No, time will tell. I'll be okay here, doing lookout. Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the worries of our... You know it, friend.
A lorry, the smell of cigarette. There's something odd about the passenger seat. The seating, voila.
Bonne prise.
This large map, toll booths at the end. There, hundreds of...
Best not to disturb.
The stack of maps, you close the...
Everyone says you started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig. I guess that was cool. Cool, cool, cool. That's just don't think because you got half your dick shot off and you're an invalid. Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It
Feels good for some reason.
watch out, pig. Who knows?
Wow! A cop limping down the street, bleeding from the shoulder, face bruised, looking like hell? Cool! That's cool!
Officer, the flashlight, please. Between you and me, this is why I don't get involved in local politics. So it goes. Now, what can I do for you? Sure, I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. Oh, no. A photic path?
You have absolutely no idea.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, Pat.
A brisk coastal wind the room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your...
What is this place to you?
Behind the half-built cinder block house at the other end of the village, there are 3 people drinking. You already were a part of their crew once. You can get outside the house.
Revachol.
Officer, what happened? You're wounded. Why are you wounded? You look terrible. Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual. So you're a killer? That's good, I guess. Better than being dead. Aye. That's nothing to brag about.
You feel the ligament move on your left shoulder, and a small, warm drip of blood.
Of course. Can I help you with... That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
My husband used to drink. The kids sometimes go there too. The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge. Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means if you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull.
The crow's feet disappear from the...
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you?
The scruffy-haired little boy.
And that iron. That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the...
I don't know what those are. They're lies. The fire guy comes and asks us.
Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy. They must mean a human being on the...
No. Yes. Because he asks to put the fire out. I don't know. He doesn't like it. Yes.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke traces.
I don't know. No, he doesn't live. No, he lives there. Been there twice too. He doesn't live there. I don't know. We ran. He's our father. Don't say that. He didn't. I don't know. Doesn't even have anything to...
The two things are unconnected. Your question...
There's
A skiff. Once you get in, that's it. Have you made all the necessary preparations? Remember what the nitpicker said. It's a small tank. Nothing to do here without the lieutenant. You must return here with him.
Our tenant, the policeman. Though I suppose you took the worst of it. What do you expect? Police officers get put into... I can wash it for...
Hell yeah. No, we must run around ceaselessly. It would be torture to stay put.
Suit yourself. Patience, obviously. Well, hand it over then. And I must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth.
The instigator's body. They really have an interesting... I'm sure you did.
This? Oh, we're trying to see if we can come up with some... We tinker with things. Some chemicals when... Blow up! Not like, you know... Besides, did you know that smell experience...
Very big in...
The lead programmer turns to look at you for a moment. Her gaze...
I hope you get to experience...
Is there something I can do for you? No, I completely failed to notice that. It's only in front of the entrance to the establishment.
The bed is comforting. On the table, you see a bowl of water. Your hand shakes so hard, you can't even... The bed is comforting. The place feels almost like home now. Quiet and dignified.
It's easier this time. Drifting off, your head has found a comfortable indent in the pillow. Your legs and your torso feel like lead weights sinking to the...
This respite. You've earned it, brother. Bask in that. No, you haven't. You've just been... No. This is the one before that. We'll just keep cycling it for you if you don't mind.
Enjoy it while it...
You're welcome.
After centuries of darkness, the alarm rings.
Go. On the table, you see a bowl of water.
Yes? Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation. That's a fair point. Good. Let's change the subject.
The skiff, once you get in, have you made or remember what the net picker said? It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally.
The boat comes to in the silence. A sputter of wings. A flock of quail.
Let's go.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above that. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it.
Wait, haven't you heard?
Downstairs, somewhere? Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's
The lieutenant pauses.
long and cold.
There's no time to dwell on this. The hollow ring.
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher. Someone who has basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm.
The wind outside picks up suddenly. Books and magazines. Most are among what is mostly commercial fiction.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Soft covers. Soft covers. Syrup. There's a greasy old...
Someone has been squatting here.
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain. Thick as molasses. No longer able to hit.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. Yes, anytime.
You don't have to be. You see a small metal...
Another part of the island, probably. Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open? Alright, I retract my statement. It was naive.
The heavy metal door. Green paint flecks up. The keys rattle like teeth. This key...
The console of an antique computation device. Possibly. Urgence, ouvert, allumé.
Nothing happens.
We need to restore power before... We should look around outside. There are barrels all over.
The console looks on as you talk. A strange feeling, looking at perhaps there's someone there, under the water, smelling of tutti frutti, and maybe you know it's going to hurt. In the snowing mirror of the bay, you see Martinez reflect islets and posts, yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth. Oh fuck, yes. Go there in your head. No, we're not. There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof.
This looks like a good place to aim from.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand and name, Marjorie. There's a few, and an empty can of beans on the ground. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter.
Could be a coincidence. Or the same person has visited Land's End and here. I didn't see any signs of smoking.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of, quite old and grimy, from years without cleaning. The springs screech as you lean on the mattress in trepidation. A tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square. The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery. The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. You see a small fleck of white on the roof.
What? Do you have a line of sight to the window?
What are you talking about? Can't be certain. It's certain.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle?
Cheek against a cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
He looks north. Oh, he's conflicted for a second.
Where?
He does not answer. He feels uncomfortable.
We should move now.
This old cylindrical, the lieutenant assists. There's a red starter switch on the recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old.
That should do it.
A dim gold.
It's on. Turn emergent.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in. A sudden wave of anxiety makes your
After you. So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here. I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from it. An old man, wearing tracksuit trousers, leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He then spits it out into the unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hey.
The what now? I can't hear you. I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around.
The position sounds...
Fire guy. Regret my eyesight.
A shudder of disgust passes his right side. His left side remains motionless.
I did. And you opened it. I should have burned that console down. The boat engine. On the water. It's not nice. It's a Triangong.
A Samuran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
You heard me. It's good now, like chalk, white from the board.
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
No. Put it down now.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand. His gaze follows your motions. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into on the butt. You see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangle, 4.46 mm.
No one said it has to be a Belma grave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been.
It doesn't matter if it was the right type, the right calibre.
He's liking this. The old man keeps following your motion with his... This looked very much like...
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the Army of the Revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in '07, trained in the... I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the Commune had fallen. Still armed.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
No. I was an resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. 43 years and 10 months. It's inhuman. It's sick. It's not how a human being should live, but I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where it's morning, on Rue de Saint-Gislain, people are walking. The gas streetlights have already been switched off. Further inland, in Jamrock, the streets come alive with workers. Men, women, children rushing. Muddy avenue after muddy avenue. The temperature is... Two police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of...
Always waiting. For her to return.
Her who?
Girl, child, revolution. They have you. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The historic opportunity for our revolution. I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. Well done. I won't explain it to a minion of capital. It's not an island, Dwight. It's a defensive fortification of the Commune of Revachol. The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with a coalition military, called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio, Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone. Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people? Iblis. The black-eyed angel. How does anyone survive? Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr.?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stew.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65.
The RCM can provide medical services.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns. I have been running out of that stuff.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to...
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain. I don't even know what. Inferno? At least you know it. The traders of this city turned the lights back on in the 30s, after the fighting stopped. Ruins, glittering in the dark like a... It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
It was hard in the 10s. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds.
There were posters.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those, and others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon at night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right? I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
The propaganda bunker.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. I do. They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack. I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and ducks.
He does not want to see life moving on. The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorway.
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the train in historical materialism.
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the Commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology. He was like a cleric, a shepherd.
No, the opposite of that.
He nods slowly, then another tremor.
You're inert.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology. We have come to ask questions.
The old man spits into the fire pit. There's definitely something off with his body. Something more than...
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol. Let's. You take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No...
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said,
Only the army. Liberal reactionaries signed it for them. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I am a political commissar of the Communist Party, and the party never surrendered.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
I don't think you did. You live in a delusion. There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce. I've used it for
Here we go. A trail of blood. The
killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? I've used it.
Interesting. During or after?
There is no after the war.
So he's continued killing after hostilities end. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. This is what you live for. This, the great serotonin, Jack. The solution. Go in straight. No euphemisms. No. Be careful now. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it. You're in.
Oh yes, that one.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the Commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all. The gun. The murder. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence.
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your... You've been here a long time, Mr. Dras.
I'm ready to die.
He's practically admitting to it. Just one thing remains unclear. The rifle does not seem to have a scope.
Forget about your stupid fucking scope. I don't know where it is.
He lost it. He just doesn't know where it is. Forget it. Push on.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition.
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real...
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not... So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
You didn't handle anything. I watched it happen. You let those murderers rip right into them. Got most of them killed. None of those people mean anything to you.
You're getting diverted. Push the gun.
So you watched the fight? Did you like what you saw? The mayhem. It was all your doing, your plan. You got them killed.
You don't know anything.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it? 4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it. Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this, when you have the
murder.
This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more. Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof. There were Maybells in the grass when you got here, and Maybells on Clausia's, and nowhere else. Nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in this. You got it. Remember? Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. Estranged.
So many this year, too? The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Class year.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
My ears don't reach the city. With the victim.
Don't leave any loose ends. Get him on everything.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is...
He seems tender suddenly.
So many this year, too. The spring, they blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May.
South, the Bay of Martinez is...
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of...
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths?
I may.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
With the...
Don't leave any loose ends.
Everything is brands with you in it.
Show me the souls, please, Mr.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is called Sansarique, and the size is 42. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned souls you saw in the dust on the floor of the...
The size fits, but not the soul.
Corrupt henchmen of pedophiles.
The old man stares at his...
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood. Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for Ford's got your attention. Now...
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge, and so...
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive... You can coax it out of him.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking?
A rifle scope has the best...
Helps him see all the shit.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Then you pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of...
You've got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
A tragic comedy. Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race pump full of steroids and Radio Revachol 9. Yes, the fly larva in his container. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends intense, like animals. Like those. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. Every morning he's there. While the parasite, that's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain. We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only in the...
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his... What was that about? Steroids? It piqued your interest.
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the wall. I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. That one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant.
He whispers with such predatory hunger. It borders on longing.
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. when I put that gun in my own mouth, I think. No, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Renee. For the better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one. For him.
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
No. I waited too long. I waited too long, and now he's...
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for...
They're all dead now.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands.
And I blew them all.
He reminded him of himself. The same hatred. The same.
You think I haven't seen people die?
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days.
Yes, steroids. A racist on steroids. What is my opinion? You think the rich man has an opinion on this idiocy? No. The rich man...
Yes. But he was there. Why was he there if you can't have an opinion?
You moralist. The rich man doesn't care about... I don't even care about those whores anymore.
Renee must have been quite a loss for him. Maybe you could still get him to talk about things that don't...
I don't want to talk about...
Renee still presses on his mind.
Glad we talked about what? Them. Fucking. I didn't like that. Jealousy is a reactionary concept, and I wanted to see his head explode. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head.
He wants to see her covered in blood, to punish her.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
While he stands here and rots. The old man raises his gaze, a bitter taste on his tongue.
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then.
Past the Fell building on the coast?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from... Yes, after she'd gone. It was a submersible. Well...
Sloppy. We should have gotten her to tell us about this. Did you take the documents?
No. I put them back. Why would... I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body, hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers.
You could tell she was a spook? From the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo. And glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois.
The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur. There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones.
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian. No. I don't really know. The day after I killed him. Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do. Maybe. I told you. I have holes in my brain.
A sudden pang of rage.
If you came 10 years ago, I would...
In the silence, the one more down. He must have climbed to the roof, maybe.
I have my ways.
You've been through the secret route behind the whirling rags. Those were your footprints.
I've been through all of my...
Thank God, the lieutenant is picking it up.
But that Nook too?
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny, you turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me.
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant. One more loose end.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago?
One more thing. The flowers, Mr. Dross. The dried flowers.
What about them?
There. He's already admitted to it. Just ask.
I did. I was there one night, and she was crying. The day after I killed him. Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
Neither does he. In the silence, the one more down.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days. Good for her. That girl kept staring at night, crying or smoking on the roof, like she...
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol. Snow falls on 40-story towers. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet across the water, on a dilapidated jetty, he's there, doing what? Exact. Special Consultant Heidelstein. As the men go, patrol. Good luck, Harry. The old man has fallen silent, staring at your feet. The burnt logs in the fire are moist from the sea air. His lip curls into a snare at the moon.
Glad we talked about what? I ain't going.
The old man stares despondently. Hear that? Magnesium. Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish. Maggot sideways. One stroke. Don't be so modest. He's having one right now. The old man stares despondently at. For a 60-year-old, he's clearly a drug user of the painkiller sort. The old man stares.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
The sum of all the erratic movements. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of weight.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in... Do you understand?
But... No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
You thought you heard something.
Maybe we could all fit in there. Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland, while the other...
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
You come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back?
What is this farce?
Lillian. You could ask her, maybe.
Actually, no. This is no harmless...
This fucking world.
No, listen. Listen now.
No, it would take a whole day on this island. You go and transport the prisoner. I'll be here. I can escort him to the pier with you.
This world? What are you talking about?
The wind is cold. From your skin is crawling suddenly. A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds.
What are you talking about? There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you. With its... You feel your legs shaking under you, and your gun hand rise.
See what exactly? A bug?
I can see it.
4 simple words. Thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence.
Be very, very careful.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair. White and curled at the tips. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
We can't just leave it...
You've never seen him get this excited.
We can't just...
You've never seen him get this excited. His voice is almost trembling. Nothing changes in the cyclical braying motion of the creature's limbs.
I have absolutely no idea.
You glance over your shoulder.
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade. I am not palatable. Do not eat me. I am afraid.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
You see the insect turn to him. Its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
Shh. Okay.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you. Its antennae taking their measure of the air. Slowly. You barely get to take... It's blending into the tough...
Where? Where did it...
You never had a chance. creature's reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect...
I have
You glance.
We need a photo.
From the corner, I am not palatable. With the sound of metal slide, you see the insect turn to him. Its mandible antennae.
The ampoule will produce a loud hiss. You're right.
I'll wait. I'm on standby, he thinks. The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you. Its antennae. Nothing changes in the cyclic. The creature tilts its tiny head to the side and appears to look at you. It is incredibly light, like the slightest gust of wind should blow it away. But it doesn't.
We can't just leave it standing there. We have to do something, Detective. It could be...
You've never seen him get this excited. His voice is almost trembling. You barely get to take one step. The invertebrate reacts with uncanny speed, skating away across the water. It's gone. It's blending into the tufts of reeds in the distance.
Where? Where did it go?
You never had a chance. There was something off the moment you approached it. It was scared of you. Of you.
I don't think it had anything to do with the osprey.
There is uncertainty in his phrasing.
Am I? I don't know. We saw it. It was real. A stick insect of some sort, pretending to be the reeds. Has it been there the whole time? Someone must have known about it, though. Maybe there's some secret to approaching it? I have no idea. I've never heard of a species like that. It appears the insect can walk on water, like a water strider, you know?
He shakes his head, in silence.
No.
However hard you squint, you can't make...
I tried, but it was moving too fast, and looks like it doesn't like to stay out in the open for long.
What now?
In some kind of strange...
Our suspect's not looking so good. We should check him over. It looks like it has some kind of nest.
In the reeds, where the phasmid was hiding, you see a little...
What is it? What do you want from me? See.
Mr. Dross?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, with fear and longing. A light shiver passes.
He's going into some kind of psycho...
The trembling mouth appears to...
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
He stares into the reeds. Your words, nothing. The last embers have gone out. The war...
I lost.
He turns his eyes to the reeds again. As he's done...
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle?
Silence. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being. The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning. The strength has all gone out of him.
Old age and shock. Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But that could be part of the shock. But
no response.
He did seem distressed when... I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope we should think about getting back to the mainland.
A dim golden. The dial slides under the dusty glass.
Insular. This is an op...
ICM? This feels...
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name.
Sounds an awful lot like...
No.
With its horns in the sky. The symbol of the commune.
After 44 years, one of these barrels was still leaking fuel. Now that...
A DeLorean heiress.
It does. The RCM, it's impossible to say.
Nice. A mediocre athlete would pant from dragging around his body on a busted crutch. But not you. You're thinking about politics, with blood dripping down your thigh.
This is better preserved than the other.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the...
Ah, yes. So it's for bringing munitions to the...
As a defensive measure, lock it...
From enemies.
The skiff is swaying on the way.
Les, we are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your butt for the sound of conversation on the water. There is 2 men and a woman stand on the conch. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Look what the tide brought him. What is that? Full Nacy? What's with all the performance gear? Are you back in high school?
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant. This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstam. I believe we've met on several...
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, but...
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Precinct 57. We've just come from the island, where our
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your...
We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
That's right, and you're bleeding. We're not forgetting about anything. Bothered by it? Harry, you're a goddamn cop. They're afraid of you. Yes, that has always...
This is not the first time he's...
Vic, calm down. Harry, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is...
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to match. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid? The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went. Strange. He didn't mention that. In fact, the establishment didn't look saved at all. There was a giant aerograffito in front of the building, mixed with blood. I don't know. It had guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. And it was good.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
I didn't lie to you. No one lies to you. You were so fucked up on booze you couldn't recognize your own partner.
Yes, I'm Trent Heilerstam. I never said I wasn't Trent Heilerstam. Again, I was asked to share my take on some of the more fringe academic...
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on. Where have we been? We've been fucking off as far as I remember. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die. Yes, you're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived. Nothing has changed, Harry. Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trent fucking Heilerstam, and Guillaume Baby.
I'm technically just...
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show. Oh, that's an interesting story. Other people have left too.
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde and partial to sun?
See? There. He's getting it. I was impersonating him. Look at me, I'm G. Bevy. It was going to be funny.
He sincerely thought it was going to...
Do? It's a Major Crimes Unit.
The 41st isn't...
The bells aren't ringing.
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete...
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
He is. He's getting better. And I can confirm that he drank a lot of alcohol prior to...
I believe he drank. People do that, especially this one. What they don't do is forget their whole life because of drink.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before. Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One...
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he...
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it, hardwired to the free market. He just needed for its end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit?
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. No, now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry? Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's space. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the You juggle the badge for a second, unsuccessfully, and ouch! You strained your elbow trying to catch that
He found it. He found it, Jean. It's his badge.
And your gun?
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements.
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone. You were never supposed to lose it in the first place. Well, you let the suspect escape. Glacia something. Because you were too drunk to assess.
We've read the reports. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Oh well, if she was nice. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, who also escaped. Or the fact that you very likely sold your gun for booze. That's peanuts. That's nothing. Compared to the 6 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot, not once, but twice. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been. Detective, it's better if I do that.
It's so much better if he does this.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation. You've spent the week with him, on this case.
The case?
On Lieutenant Yofretor Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize, profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder. It's not a good communication strategy. It's odd, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a hustler. He grinds. He makes the real. He's a visionary and a money engineer, which is just... And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective. One of the... He can talk human beings into telling him everything. And he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless. And he solved it. Near perfectly. In 1 week we have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator. Locked on the island right now. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Or
A new species.
a colossal stick insect, 3 meters tall. It's on the island, camouflage as the reed. It unfolded from there. I did not, unfortunately, get a photo. I know this sounds fantastic, but I'm a 4 times decorated lieutenant of the RCM. I do not make up encounters with cryptids to spice up my day.
I don't doubt you, Lieutenant. If you say it was the Insulindian phasmid, then it was the Insulindian phasmid. Lieutenant, is it somehow connected to the case?
The killer did not seem to be aware of the phasmid's presence, exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia. He fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is.
We could order a search. I could get people from EPIS on the island, entomologists, doctors. There must be signs of it in the reeds. If we found the Insulindian phasmid, well, that would...
There. You need to make your case now. The floor is all yours. He prepared it well.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk.
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of...
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This old...
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is. Why?
There was a possible witness in there, and it was close to the crime scene. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
Dodged the bullet there. For a moment it seemed like you were just wasting time.
Who's Kuno?
You don't want to know.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's alright. I'm in. What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
Female? What?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female, and the nesting behavior too.
Incredible. Were there eggs?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such net must be robust if it can move a hell.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. It's a toughie that you don't have a photo. This would look very, very flat.
I tried to, but I only got a blur.
Ouch.
We can still work. Cop discovers new species in there. I know a good guy in La Majeste, but...
It needs to be white coats and glassware for this fly. We need professionals.
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still.
Lilianovich. The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have...
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
Jealousy. I thought this Lilianovich was an old...
A strange psychosexual fascination. The result of spending all this time in solitude on the islands of this bay. And trauma too. He himself gave a political reason. In his mind, he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head. And 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
It's way more than that.
Get over yourself. You're not a perfectionist. You're a cop and you did a good job. And none of this can hide the smell of booze on the wind.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or so. It will pass. In time.
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to.
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to...
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody.
Now you will finally get to know who you are. The man looks westward, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
No. You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob.
I assure you.
He would immediately backpedal. I told you it's not that bad.
Who is Lena? Well, good luck finding her.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. I'm sure they should know as soon as possible, even if we didn't.
She is going to be over the moon. Watch out, or she'll faint.
Us? With the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? With the bad guys.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You're just understaffed. And everyone respects the 41st. You have...
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big.
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me.
He's anything but a loser.
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the...
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're...
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like they speak of change. The city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershaw.
The press will blow over.
Thank you again, Lieutenant. It's not a mystery. Some chic...
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Dora something. Dora England. Yeah.
Not Dora Dubois.
Something like that. No one is married anymore. This is Revachol. So have I. You bitterly dropped dearest Dora.
The special consultant glances at his wristwatch.
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of 2 captains with my doom-mongering. Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit him. And crazy enough. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you...
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than...
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to.
I do like the sound of that.
He's really considering it.
Who are you? Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore.
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, your love of retro-style dance music.
Also, this guy. And this guy, too.
Yes, you taught gym in Coron.
The smell of sweat and glue.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juiced.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
I knew it. I knew.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Trumprod is marked.
The great district hums in the... You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. En Rue de... Dawson? Yes. McLean? Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up.
Wonderful. Then can we please just...